My deepest apologies, everybody. A transformer blew out, and I briefly lost power, so you know how that goes. Awful. All right. I made sure everything was okay, and yeah, we're good. That's gonna split my VOD in half. That's not gonna piss me off at all. It will. Anyway, I'm gonna reload right here. Hello, Bastard Kappa. Hi. I'm still roughly in the beginning. I just got back on. I had a brief outage. It was brief. But hey, welcome. I'm just gonna be a little upset that my VOD's gonna be split in half. Anyway. It's the stage for the post-ceremony stage show. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. There was supposed to be a press meeting after the show, but now it looks like no one will hear what the Nickel Samurai had to confess after all. Alright. Wow, it looks like there's a fancy restaurant on the second floor. You still feel like eating? I'm gonna have to take a big hydrate on that, what you just said, Master Kappa. Cheeky. You still feel like eating? I mean, since we're here, you know? Don't pull that since we're here trick on me. What a beautiful mansion! Do you live in this wonderful world every day, Mr. Nick? Oh no, this is my first time in a place like this. We haven't even gotten to that individual yet, but we're going to soon. I'm going to say these cameras were set up to cover the post-ceremony stage show. Well, I wonder where everyone's gone, abandoning their cameras like this. I guess something big must have happened. We're here, so we might as well take some pictures, okay? Master Kappa, I said this yesterday, and I'm gonna say this again. I've only had Pearl Faye for a day and a half, but if anything happened to her, I would kill everyone in this room, and then myself. Nah, she's great. She's definitely a top 10, 20 character, for sure. We're here, so we might as well take some pictures, okay? Everyone sit in a chair. But we're all out of film. Don't worry about it, there's a zillion cameras over there. We can borrow. Hey, you can't just go and borrow an expensive professional camera like that. Oh man. Let's see, did we examine everything? Okay, we did. I just want to make sure I got all the flavor text. Ah! Old bag jump scare. Hi. Wendy Oldbag. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios? Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember that incident a year ago? When this lady got on the witness stand and testified. Yeah. And you, weren't you the one who was bullying me? This fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first, after being handed old Pinky. You, a bodyguard? For your friend. For your friend, that fiery, good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles? Mr. Edgeworth? What? That sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that? Don't freaking shoot me. Oh. Those eyes of mine are real pros now. Pros? Pros at doing what? At doing police work, of course. My eyes are like a hawk. And my professional eye spot a messy incident. A messy, bloody incident. That's why I don't have time for you meddling kids, your petty little things. Oh, these eyes. Let's see, Nickel Samurai. These eyes of mine. Alright. I just want to see if there was like any reactions. What about your face? Member of hotel security. I'm pretty sure her real name is Wendy Oldbag. Okay. Okay, let's talk to her about what happened. So did something happen? I don't have all the details. But it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So wherever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. But you didn't know that. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, at least for other people's sake? Silence, whippersnapper! Hey, Nick. What is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out. No way, the police told us not go anywhere, remember? Told us not go anywhere. Shouldn't it be the police told us not to go anywhere? Remember? The police told us not go anywhere. That doesn't sound right to me. Oh well. Huh? How boring? How boring. You're such a boring guy. You got no motivation, no spirit. Huh? What? What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you too, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick. Okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Lawyer camp. That was an American Pie reference. So one time at band camp. Yeah, I knew you wouldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You walk over miles of hot coals for Mystic Maya. What are you, Mr. Nick? That will be every time we work a case together. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody. I get to come. I get to come. Okay. Okay. Let's get out of here. I guess the silly achievement is later on, where I have to examine stuff with old bag present to Viola Hall. Uh-oh. There's nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go look somewhere else. All right, then let's try. Excuse me. Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? Hey, look, it's a bellboy. Looks like he's got like a stitch across his face. He's got a nice monocle. Seems like a charming fellow. Um, yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. A call? I wonder if it's someone from Karan village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead, and I'll be right there, okay? Okay. Okay. Right this way, Miss Fey. Hmm. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. This is a little exciting and a little scary. Okay. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of. The awards ceremony was just held onto that stage. It was really fabulous. You just remind me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone is all right. I heard that very big circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. Yeah. It's a feast fit for a king. Yeah. It was the first time I ate that food. What was it called again? I think it started with ki. Kiwi? That's right, a kiwi. I don't know what to say. It's a sweet but sour fruit all in one. Poor Pearls, having eaten only vegetables all her life. She's been missing out. They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party's over. So that's called a chandelier, right? Yup. What is that for? What does it do? Well, it's for lighting up a room, Pearls. Mr. Nick, can I look down now? My neck hurts. Adorable. Okay. Let us go to the hallway. I told you. I get people the info they want, which means that I've got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait. It'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy detective's secret scandals revealed. You'll see. I'll get you back. Those two sound pretty serious. That southern accent can only mean. Hey, Wright. Hey, Lotta. Come on, do a gal a favor. Tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I've got rights. Ah, you. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Oh no. Hey, pal. Help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is the scene of a murder, so she should leave this to us pros. A murder? Ah, shoot. Me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said. And that's what it is. A genuine murder. Hey, wait. Yeehaw! Murder. Of a big star, no less. Oh, man. I'm in trouble now. Oh, Gumshoe. Poor Gumshoe. Yeah. It's that time again, huh, Gumshoe? Hang on, everybody. I'm just gonna check something real quick. I just gotta check, like, my VOD and stuff. Unbelievable. I'm still upset about that. But that's okay. I'm not gonna be upset no more. I'm gonna try not to, anyway. Alright, let's talk to Gumshoe. Well, first let's... Would you take a look at this for me? Listen, pal, I'm not leaking any info about the evidence to you this time. If I do, my salary's really gonna get it. And then I won't ever be able to get those instant noodles down at the discount market. Poor guy. Mr. Gumshoe. I was really shocked by what happened to her in that one case. I didn't know she had such an awesome power. Awesome power? I thought maybe I should do some self-improvement and take up a hobby. So I went out and brought some morning glory seeds and planted them, pal. That's a good way to improve yourself. Oh, well, it's nothing really. Let's see. All right, just double checking. Do you know this person? You meet a lot of people as a detective, pal. So we make extra sure to not forget people because that's our job. Now, having said that, I don't remember ever seeing this person before. Which means that you're kind of forgetful, aren't you, Mr. Detective? That's not what it means. Not exactly, anyway. Lotta Hart claims to be an investigative photographer. Latest field, the seedy world of tabloids. That girl is number 3 on my people I've seen a lot of lately list. Oh? Then who's number 1? As if you need to ask, it's you, pal. Ah, so who's number 2? Maya Fey, but it looks like she's not around this time. It must be nice to be such good friends with each other, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Somehow, I don't think that's the real meaning of Detective Gumshoe's list. Dick Gumshoe, detective at the local precinct in charge of the initial investigation. I look good. I think I've lost some weight, pal. It's only wishful thinking. Wishful thinking, huh? Ellipsis. In that case, I wishfully think I've lost some weight. I wishfully think he might face the facts one day. Lately, I've been on the instant noodles only diet, pal. Aw. Time to talk. What happened? So, Detective Gumshoe, a murder? No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick? Is the dead person the Nickel Samurai? Huh? Why do you ask? Well, Mystic Milo's rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal. The Jammin' Ninja. Lot of heart. That one with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy? You mean Lotta? That woman, she was there that time too, right? That time. When Mystic Maya did that channeling. Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist? It looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah, hiding in wait in front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal. But why would she? She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? The victim. So the victim was the Jammin' Ninja. Mr. Jammin' Ninja? He was on a really popular rival TV show to the Nickel Samurai. Oh! The victim was the action star Juan Correda. He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt Ungard's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight. I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy. Mr. Ungard, that's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yup. I mean, no. You gotta say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai. Anyway, so now that Juan Corda's gone, that means Mr. Ungard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't bet on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know. Can't have that happen. What's that supposed to be, I wonder? Alright. We're done here. Or are we not done here? Hold on. Court record. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back for the hall. Back to the hallway. Press conference ticket. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I got Juan Corda and Matt Ungard's profiles now. Juan Corda, the victim, a young star who played the Jammin' Ninja, was on bad terms with Ungard. Matt Ungard, popular young actor who plays the Nickel Samurai, is rivals with the Jammin' Ninja. They're both the same age, too. And Juan looks a little bit older than... He kind of looks old, but it still says he's 21 here. Alright, let's present the profiles of Juan and Matt. I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who Juan Corda and Matt Ungard are. You can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess. They even debuted around the same time, so they have this real fiery rivalry with each other. Kinda like you and me, pal. I never knew he thought of me as a rival. The Nickel Samurai. He really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Oh, I'm sorry then. Why are you so sorry? Matt Ungard was just arrested, pal, on suspicion of murdering Juan Correda. What? Oh no. Let's talk about arrested. Why was Mr. Ungard arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in hot water. Mr. Nick, if Mystic Maya knew about this... Yeah, I know. She'd make me take this case. I know. Alright. Let's go back to Viola Hall. And then we go back to the hotel lobby. Oh. March 20th. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? It looks like Juan Corda has been killed. What? Juan is... he's... It looks like he was murdered, and a suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt Ungard. You're joking, right? Nope. They arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin' Ninja. Ooh, not again. I feel sick. Again? About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls. I still can't believe. No way Matt would. What's Mr. Powers got in his hand? Oh, before I forget. This is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. Radio transceiver. Originally from the bellboy. It can transmit and receive signals over great distances. Received from Mr. Powers. For me? But why? I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. How odd. It was almost right after you guys left. And An old man who's a bellboy at this hotel showed up. And that's what he told you to give this to me? That's what? Yeah. Why give me this transceiver? Hmm. Let's talk to him about Juan. He debuted around the same time as Matt and everything, you know? Really? Yeah, it started out small. First it was singing contests and swimming competitions. Then it was bowling tournaments. And then it was who could throw the best New Year's parties. Juan was always trying to one-up Matt. But lately, those two were escalating to more and more dangerous things. I thought that no good would come out of it at all. I thought no good would come out of it all, so I began to worry. Too bad Juan's story ended so soon. Matt Ungard. Matt's younger than me, but you can practically see his star potential. His star potential? I got his autograph the other day. Feels kind of wrong now, doesn't it? I don't care what people say. Matt didn't kill Juan. I know he didn't. Alright. Let's talk to him about... Let's see. These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage. Seats for the spectators of the post-ceremony show and the press conference, but it's too bad neither event is going to be held now. A lobby with a grand staircase always feels enormous, but right now the only thing filling this enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope that nothing else bad happens here. Alright, that was the same thing from the first time. Hold up. It's a stage for the post-ceremony stage show. There was supposed to be a press meeting after the show, but now it looks like no one will hear what the Nickel Samurai had to confess after all. We'll talk to him about Matt and Juan. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol, but he kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyway. Mr. Juan? He's the Jammin' Ninja, right? Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. Well, I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top. I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram. Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined the rival TV show. And that was the Jammin' Ninja? The stylish Nickel Samurai and the burdened Jammin' Ninja. Well, things turned messy real fast with those two using their shows for their war. And the final tally. Look around. It's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year. The final win over his rival, I guess. Let's see. Press conference. Mr. Ungard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? That's what I heard. Though if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. The Nickel Samurais? Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume? But why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her. Hi, Boosh. Oh, we're getting beeped. Heck, what is it, Mr. Nick? Uh, I'm not sure. It's coming from this transceiver. Uh, yes, hello. Right here. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... Help! Nick! Uh-oh. Mystic Maya! Maya? So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the most important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now. Don't fall apart on me yet. No, this can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Wright. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney. I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item, unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. Ah, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh. This is awful. My sight, everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped. You're there, Mr. Attorney. Are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition, and then return Maya. Money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I will like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to need? I am not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Corda was killed, and the suspect is Matt Ungard. You are, as expected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt Ungard. Matt Ungard? But why? He did not kill anyone. I can attest to that. However what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. Ellipses. If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there is one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me, in my possession. Help! Nick! Maya? You have 2 days. Of course, tonight. He'll be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you. So don't let me down. Ah! Oh yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say, and don't even think about calling the cop. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it. Who? Who the hell are you? Very well. I'll tell you that much. My name is... The Killer. The Killer. Beep. Ellipsis. Mr. Nick, where is Mystic Maya? She's been kidnapped. No, it's all my fault. If only I had gone with Mystic Maya. It's not your fault, Pearls. But it is, Mystic Maya. Wah! Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya. Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Detective Gumshoe. Yes, that's it. Wait here, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? Not so loud. The ransom is complete acquittal from Matt Ungard. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? Then this means Matt Ungard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. But the guy said that Mr. Ungard is innocent. You really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal? I guess he has a point. If Ungard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. Huh? The forensic team's having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. There's too much evidence? Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about Ungard being set up? Anyway, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright. Isn't there another way? We've also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. Date, time, location. Date, we don't know. Time, we don't know. Location, we don't know. Question marks. Ow, my head. Oh no. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly. Ellipsis. Come on, you guys, this isn't funny anymore. To click. I see you have awoken. Ah! Who are you? Me? I am known as the Killer. The Killer? You mean like an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Ah! Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Huh? What? Nick's going to save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. A business transaction? I am going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. Nick. What's going to happen to me, Nick? Pearly. Sis. Ellipsis. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright? The attorney. Ellipsis. You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as March 21st, 8:11 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. All right. Good morning. Ah, morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on, let's hurry and go see Mr. Ungard. We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 a.m. So, oh, I see. Ah, Mystic Maya, if only I had gone with you. Poor Pearls. She's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow yesterday evening, thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. Oh, but by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, she's all right, right? Yeah, she's all right. Either way, I'm gonna save her. You can trust me on that. Please, please, help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us. Uh, no, I can't let my mind wander now. I don't have the time. I've got to get going on this case. No matter where I look in this familiar space I call my office. No, I can't let my mind wander now. Okay. Yeah, Nick. Pearls? She looks out of it. Maybe I should leave her alone. Yeah. Pearls? Yeah. Can't show her. Can't. Gotta talk to her. What to do? I have a thought. Huh? You're going to represent Mr. Ungard, aren't you? Yeah. I don't really seem to have a choice. But what if? What if he is the real murderer? What will you do then, Mr. Nick? Ellipsis. Would you fight to get a not guilty for a murderer to save Mystic Maya? Pearls. Let's talk to Mr. Ungard first, okay? We can think all the bad things we want, but it doesn't change a thing. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about it. Maya's situation. Pearls, you're really worried about Maya, aren't you? I I don't have anyone else left in this world. What do you mean? My family's all gone. Her family. My father, he left my mother and the village behind and went away. I'm sorry. And my mother, she did that thing all for me. Ellipsis. Mystic Maya, she's like a sister to me. Ellipsis. She's all I have left in this world. This is heavy. To the detention center. March 21st, 8:57 a.m., detention center. Visitor's room. We couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one nickel samurai, charged with the murder of the Jammin Ninja. Ellipsis. Good morning. How are you today? Ellipsis. I know the situation might be a little tough for you. Ellipsis. Where? Oh, sorry, dude. Ellipsis. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know. Ellipsis. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now, either. Ellipsis. Fire extinguishers, I mean. This building isn't my house, so... Ellipsis. No, no, no. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Ellipsis. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? Ellipsis. That Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now. So how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Smile. You're on candid camera. Mr. Ungard keeps sneaking glances up at the security camera on the wall. I wonder if he is still trying to be a star? This guard monitors the visitor's room. He's so quiet. You could forget he was even there if he wasn't watching anything. He's pushed up against the wall, kind of like a magnet on a refrigerator. Alright, so let's talk to... Actually, let's save real quick. I like this track. It's good. Let's flash our attorney's badge. Mr. Ungard, this is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? I'm much too busy with Nickel Samurai stuff right now. I don't have the time to take a lawyer's correspondence course. Why does he believe I'm a salesman? Insurance and extinguishers, now this? Dude, I know I like to throw money around, but it's not like I buy anything and everything. That's nice because it's not up for sale anyway. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me? Yes, while you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? That's odd. Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. This coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. Dude, this person looks like a member of my fan club. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the fan club president, okay? Dude, you know what? Forget I asked. I've seen him somewhere before. Is he a member of my fan club? That's Mr. Powers. Is he supposed to be kind of like a mentor to you? Powers? Oh yeah, he's the guy on that kids exercise program. I gave him an autograph just the other day. He doesn't see Mr. Powers as a mentor at all. Damn. Let's see. Juan Corrida. Man, it's too bad he's dead. You killed him. That's the most logical conclusion, don't you agree? Dude, what are you talking about? You're making a huge mistake. If that's such a mistake, then why did they issue an arrest warrant for you? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the guy in charge of this place, okay? Stars sure know a lot of people, don't they? I wonder if that phone even really gets reception in here. I guess you're right about the warrant after all. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we might be making some progress here. Yeah, I'm such a handsome devil. Yeah. And while I'm way good at sports, karate, tennis, judo, soccer, football, hockey, fencing. Dude, it's no wonder I'm so popular. Yeah. You're also good at sitting in jail cell, Mr. Popular. Matt Ungard. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay. But dude, my autobiography's coming out soon, so if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? Mr. Ungar is so lucky. He has so many people he can talk to. Um, I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like, I thought the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? What happened? Mr. Ungard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No. I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Is he alright, Mr. Nick? If we're talking about Mr. Ungard's brain here, I want to put my money on it. Sorry about that. The studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer. Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. Ellipsis. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man. Lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? If you don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer is going to... Ellipsis. Wait, what did you just say? The killer. The killer? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling something over. Ellipsis. All right, dude. I accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court. We did it! We did it, Mr. Nick! Yeah. I don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead. Ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. I guess we could talk to you all over again? Man, I thank my lucky stars that people know my name, Matt Ungard. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're in the national spotlight. I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately, I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. The Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. I guess Mr. Ungard has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am. The spring breeze? That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. What happened? Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my nickel samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager is running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, right? Alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Korida was already dead at that time? Yeah, it's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. The victim. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jam and Ninja movie, even though we all know it'd fail. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? The charge of murder. Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? They found a button for the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants. Or hakama. Ah! Dude, I really think someone planted it there though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. Ellipsis. I guess this is about all I'm going to get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. Ungar to see if he really is innocent or not. We can do that? Yes. If you use this, Maya's Magatama, he won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Ellipsis. Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Ellipsis. Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust him. Oh. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. Hmm. So, dude didn't kill Juan Corridor. Hmm. Alright. Alright. It's trial time. Oh, not yet. It's not trial time. I think there's still investigation stuff. March 21st, 11:34 a.m. Wright and Co. law offices. Well, at least we were able to get that. At least we were able to get Mr. Matt Ungard as our client, and we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So, so now what should we do? Well, the trial is tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. Ungard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. All right. There is a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. Actually, the crime happened at the recently completed hotel in the center of town, the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. Just how far are they going to expand their empire? Oh, I'll water it. It's okay. I already did that. The watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can? Pearls gets too wound up. She's not doing something to distract herself. I hope Charlie can withstand Typhoon Pearls. This is the Nickel Samurai, right? Yeah, that's right. Mr. Nick, please take care of Mystic Maya and be her Nickel Samurai, alright? Oh. Difficult-looking legal books stand in formidable row. They mock me. Oh, do you need to look something up in one of these law books, Mr. Nick? Which book is it? Which book do you need? Ellipsis. I can't read those hard books, and, I can't eat them either. It's okay, Pearls, really. My desk. Since I don't have time to sit, it's unusually clean. Oh, I cleaned it up some more for you last night. Because I couldn't sleep. Oh, she couldn't sleep. Poor thing. Let's see. Alright. We shall proceed. To the hotel lobby. Actually, let's go back to the detention center real quick. March 21st. Ah, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I see. Well, I've already told you everything I know, dude. Alright. We'll be back. Let's, go to the hotel lobby now. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without. Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What is going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? Hello there, Sutajin. Welcome to my stream. You do indeed remember this case. It's a great one. Hi, I am Gog Zero. Nice to meet you. I mostly play video games. I play whatever's considered retro, whatever's on my Steam account, and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. And, whatchamacallit, as of right now, I've beaten 544 games on my stream. And, since last year, or rather last month, in December, I did the thing. I did almost Christmas memes. It wasn't Christmas. And, yeah, I did the entirety of Case 4 on Christmas Day, which was awesome. And then, I'm like, sorry, I went, I'm doing an Ace Attorney game every month. There are 3 games in the series that I have not played. The first two Great Ace Attorney games and the second Miles Edgeworth game. I'm going to eventually get around to them. The rest I've played before. I've played Golden Sun years ago. I just haven't streamed it yet. I have to be in that mood to play Golden Sun. But I have other RPGs planned, but that's not one of them. But anyway. Yeah, the third Ace Attorney game is great, Trials and Tribulation. Of the trilogy, it is deemed as the best. I'm gonna have to agree. I'll be doing that next month. I don't know exactly when next month, but it'll be next month. I heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun. Is that what this is? Another steel samurai doing the most evil of deeds. Oh, okay. You needs to get out of bed. No worries. You know, that's not entirely. I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why, oh why do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been that way. Not reading all that. I'm gonna clip that. I like to collect her rants. I am not that big of a speed reader. Like, I could speed read in my mind, but as of trying to, like, read out loud with auto-scrolling stuff, I dislike that gimmick so much. It's awful. Thankfully, they don't say nothing important, but if you can read all that, power to you. Alright, another rant collected. I mean, if there was like a rewind feature to see what ridiculous things they say, I would like that. Sadly, there is not. Or I could just look up a game script. Actually, I want to ask you about the murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear anything she said because she was talking too fast. Miss Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants! Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Okay. Let me save this real quick. Before I talk to her, do I get flavor text when she's around? These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage. Oh, this is the same... Hold up. It's the stage they were going to use for the post-ceremony stage show. After the show, there was supposed to be a press conference, but even Mr. Utgard himself didn't seem to know, huh? How does the person who's supposed to give a conference not know about it? Same text from the yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean the previous day. Okay. Ah, scary face. Time to talk to Oldbag, the victim. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always ends up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, What is that manner of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. Another rant to collect. Okay. Pearls, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? Younger today. So I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lotta. Let me check my clips order real quick. Okay, I'm up to 4 rings. Okay. What happened? I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready? For what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. What you witnessed. The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? Okay, she's got psych locks, but I do not have the evidence as of right now. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't? Why, hello there, the real Matt Ungard. Welcome to my stream. I happen to be defending you right now. Oh my god, this is insane. Hang on. I need to look for something. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found the something. All right. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder is it? Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave you alone for now. Because I'm still near the beginning of investigation, the second day of investigation. Excuse me, the second part of the investigation. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we could do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Yeah. For context, yeah, I'm in parts 1, 2 of the investigation. Okay. Yeah, the real Matt Ungard. Alright. Now then. To the hallway. Da-da-da. Hey! You're here! Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Copfella, the thief showed his face. What? Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. Give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling all right? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. Camera. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Huh? Now we gotta talk to her. Do you know anything? I've told you how many times now, I'm a journalist. I've got so much info running laps in my head, I forget things here and there. Please don't get so worked up over this. Ha! I don't care if you beg me. Be extra tough on kids. That's this gal's motto on learning youngsters. Now that I think about it, she isn't with y'all today, is she? She's a spunky one. You shouldn't have been letting her out of your sight. Who knows what she's up to now? Like you're one to talk. Oh. I just want to say sorry to you. For? Well, I really absolutely thought you were the murderer. Huh? You know, last time that thing with Maya Fey? What? But why? I mean, you were all worked up, you know? Meanie. Lotta, that was very insensitive of you. Yeah, it was. Alright. This kind of hairstyle is pretty hard to get, you know? Hard to care for, too. Just the other day, I ran my hand through my hair to fix it up. And suddenly, out pops this dollar coin. That's gotta be like hitting the jackpot. Wow, that's really lucky. What a deep conversation that was. Wait. I don't really care for him, heroes or whatnot. Oh, I see. And shows they got for kids, those adventures are just plain old boring. Now adults, we get more caught up in messy, sticky, real situations. Even me. Oh, sounds like Tyke's getting what I'm going with this. Wait a sec here. Don't go around getting her mixed up in things like that. Alright, same text when you show Matt. Miss old granny? Ah, she kept on glaring at me with those eyes of hers, as if it's my fault. Kept babbling how she won't forgive people who write trash about her Juan. Ah, yeah. We sort of got into a little fight, you know. A little fight? Knowing those two, it was probably more of a blabbering contest. Alright, let's talk to her about the camera real quick. Hold up. Oh wait, she says something. I can understand flowers in front of the dressing rooms, but what are stuffed bears doing here? I ain't touched it. Wasn't me, I tell you. I give you my word. Why do I get the impression Lotta helped herself to one of them? Oh. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan Corda's room. So that's the scene of the murder, I reckon. I thought something had gone on that night, but I didn't never think it was murder. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Matt Ungard's room. So Mr. Ungard was here during his break, right? That's what he claims. Hmm. The crime scene. If he had wanted to get to Mr. Corrida's room, he would have had to pass through this hallway. To Mr. Ungar for the Global Studio staff. Be nice. Yeah. Same text for last time. Alright. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see, record companies. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought too. So Al was a nice enough gal to lend a helping hand. Secretly, of course. I have a feeling one of these days I'm going to end up defending her in courts. Hold up. Was this the same text from the previous day? Fan clubs, company workers, or family. Carrying all these flowers home will be hard, I think. Yeah. That's cute. Alright. Let's talk to Lada. Camera. So, you lost your camera. It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in the store and it's 1600 brand new. Huh? But didn't you just say you brought it for 700? She did. I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store, about 5 hours I reckon. I made this itty bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at it. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Lada, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything for my big scoop. I wonder if Lada's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Lada's camera, a very expensive item valued at 1600. It was stolen around the time of the murder. What happened? Lada, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here, in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Ungard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever Lada Cart goes, there's a story to be found. A big scoop to be had. A big scoop. I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Reckon course that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after... I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So maybe I wasn't here the entire time. The big scoop. Lada, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Oh, Lada knows something. Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that trade secret, you know. Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? Yeah, right. We've been stopped, haven't we? Haha, yeah. Take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lada and your eye rule smile. Yeah, and I just brought that camera. Who did it? The demon rascal. Please don't look straight at me while you're saying that. When I find the bugger who went and done this, they're gonna pay with a bullet. And if you do that, don't expect me to defend you. Yeah, let's not. Let's not, Lotta. Okay, let us go to Unguard's hotel room for now. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Unguard's hotel room. Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt Unguard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? I love her. Um, uh, where? You're Mr. Unguard's lawyer, correct? I gathers as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. Um, how did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow, it's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Unguard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash, to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. All right. She may be of small stature, but appearances can be deceiving. I like Adrian. Night of the murder. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then I will tell you. Before the awkward ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Ungard. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you looked at, if you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. When the awards show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Ungard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Corrida. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? Ellipsis. You really had held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. Let's show her attorney's badge. I'd like to ask you about this. I told you, I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that are of no relevance to me. Wow, this is the first time I've been shut down this badly. You were the one taking care of the arrangements for this press conference, right? Yes, that's right. But Mr. Ungard said he didn't know about it. Ellipsis. Is that what he said? Huh? Actually, I didn't know all the details either. It was a request from the publicity department. All I did was help out and do what I was asked. Oh, I see. I wonder about that. I wouldn't take her to be the type of person to do something without knowing the details. Let's show her profiles. I need to ask you about this. Okay. Do you know anything about Powers? That's Mr. Will Powers. He's an actor contracted with Global Studios. He's a very nice man. A man with a good heart. But that's all he is, and ever will be. Ugh, what a horrible thing to say. Society doesn't care about genuinely nice people, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a second, her face twisted in pain. I wonder if it's... I wonder if something happened to Miss Andrews. Hmm. Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. Ellipsis. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Cordo was killed. Matt Ungard? I asked to become Mr. Ungard's manager. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Mr. Ungard does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told. He's always saying, my manager, right, Mr. Nick? Ellipsis. Alright, let's examine stuff. There's a giant bone sitting on the plate. I don't really like meat. There's something weird about this plate. I just wish I could put my finger on what it is. Why, was that like a T-bone steak? From like, the previous case? Looks like dishes left over from dinner. A dinner for two at that. Oh, I meant case 3, last game. Looks like dishes left over from dinner. A dinner for two at that. I'm sure they're Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews' plates. Looks like they had T-bone steaks. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? Yeah, right. There's some samurai-looking clothes in the sofa there. I think that jacket-looking thing is called a happy. Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that will make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. Let's see. That's the bedroom over there. That's a bed? Wow, they have really big beds here. It's probably Mr. Ungard's suitcase. For someone who was only going to be here for the award show, this is a lot of stuff. Looks like he has about 3 days worth of clothes in here. Stars really are different from us, aren't they? Alright. Let's talk to the lovely Adrian Andrews. Relation to Ungard. So about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Ungard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Ungard's manager. His manager. Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Korda, have one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you juice later, alright? Motive for murder. Do you have any ideas as to why Mr. Korda was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job. So, do you have any ideas? Looks like she also has secrets. Miss Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a Cyclock, Mr. Lick? Yes. There's going to be more and more of these lately. Everybody and their secrets. Alright, let's dip out of here for now. And let's go to the Corrida's hotel room. Oh, look everybody. There's bears everywhere. March 21st. Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Mr. Juan Corrida's room, Pearls. Mr. Corrida? The victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too. Oh, it's you. So, what's happened? The kidnapper. Has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. Ungard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want Maya to be alright. Ellipsis. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that? Even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you've got to keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you. Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. Ellipsis. Well, Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Aww. Hotel guide map. Map of the Gatewater Hotel around the crime scene. Let's take a look at it. So there's a lobby, Viola Hall, hotel guide map, partial, Ungard, and Corrida's rooms. Okay. Let's see. And there's nothing special I can tell you about this, pal. Look, pal, we don't have a lot of time. Why don't you show me something more important? If Miss Von Karma saw me here like this, I'd have to switch sides real fast. Oh, okay. What do you know about this? What do you know about Adrian Andrews, Ungard's manager, an intelligent woman who seems to have it all together? She's Mr. Ungard's manager, right? No matter what I do, I really stink at talking with people like her. As soon as I open my mouth, I get all flustered. See, she's one of those women with a brain. She's someone who gets things done. Yeah, she does give that sort of impression, like she's got it all together. Compared to her, you can easily tell I'm a can't do anything right kind of guy. That's why I get all nervous and start messing up. I feel sort of bad for him. Uh, let's see. I thought she was an alien from outer space. Yeah, probably because she's wearing that strange helmet. Nah, even with her helmet off. I thought she was an alien, pal. Ellipsis. I think that's probably best kept to yourself, if you know what I mean. Hey, why don't we let bygones be bygones, pal? Look, this guy is guilty. A buck says so. $1? Sure you're not talking about Pearl's allowance money? I can't bet any more than that. My salary, it doesn't matter what we think. I still have to defend Mr. Ungard in court or else. Mr. Nick. I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who Juan Corda, Matt Ungard are. You can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess. They even debuted around the same time, so they have this real fiery rivalry with each other. Kind of like you and me, pal. I never knew he thought of me as a rival. Alright, yeah, I talked to him about the other peeps. Let's look at stuff. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Wow. Oh my god, I forgot Mo had a little cameo there. Ellipses. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. Phoenix, we suffered together. All 9 hours of it. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? It's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please? Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops, for a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corrida? Let us slide, baby, slide. Oh, wow. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. That's probably where this came from. But does it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. Ellipsis. She's right. The flower vase was broken, and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still all right? Wine glass. Found next to the victim. It's filled with tomato juice. No sign it's been drank. Whoa. So that's a bed, right? Yup, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. Big beds must be a rarity for her. Oh. It looks like Mr. Corda had dinner last night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the awards show last night. But I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Corda fought his assailant. What are these bits of glass from? A flower vase, maybe? Maybe there are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Nick? This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. The guitar is not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show? But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Jammin' Ninja signature item. That's true. Huh? This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? Guitar case. Found next to the victim. Empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid. That's weird. Alright. Alright, we'll talk to good old Detective Gumshoe. Cause of death. Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. Damn. There's a knife in his chest. Yeah, pal. That's the murder weapon. So he was stabbed to death. They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife? Yup. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Ungard's prints, pal. That's bad. Real bad. Crime photo. Photo of Juan Correda's murder scene. Reason for arrest. Why was Mr. Ungard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Correda, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene and you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Mr. Ungard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught in his hakama. Well, that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who is it? That lady, Miss Oldbag. Please, anyone but her. The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. Where the Vic was, that's a little off. Something that's a little off, as in that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Let's present the wine glass, or the, hold up. Let's present the wine glass first. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it too, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So does this mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around, man. You're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. Uh-oh. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened to the last time. Sorry, I've got to make myself scarce later, pal. Uh-oh. At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow! Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy big trench coat. Ah! I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Ah! Detective, come over here for a second. Yow! Oh my god. Humph. I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you, you who, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Ellipsis. Victory is yours? Is that all this means to you? What? Ellipsis. Humph. Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Wow, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Well, I guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, all right? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Damn. So, let us examine. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Corrida's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, to be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. Ah, it's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says to my dearest Wendy in more normal letters here? This sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Ellipsis. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. Autograph. Juan Corda's autograph to my dearest Wendy is written on it. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah. Alright, let's see. March 21st. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Oh, okay. Let's see. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, you see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? Ellipsis. There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? Ah, if you're interested, to share. I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy he looks like a lion that just found his next meal. All right. Let's see. That guitar case, that was Juan's. I'm guessing you've seen this case before. It's pretty famous by now. It stands out because it holds the bright red guitar. The bright red guitar, the Gem and Ninja signature item. But if the guitar is so important, how can he forget it for the award ceremony? That does seem a little strange. Alright, let's see. Let's talk to Will, the Nickel Samurai. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's the sequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time, there are three samurai brothers. Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course, the Nickel Samurai. It's a love why in Neo Old Tokyo. I see. Wait, a love what? A love why? This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop and all three guys fall for her at the same time. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the three brothers colliding over this one girl. Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet times three. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Um, yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. Aw, Gem and Ninja. So what's the Gem and Ninja TV show like? It started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Gem and Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. A ninja? With a bright red guitar? And then the final fight in front of his beloved Princess Mizola. Jammin versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Aw, that's too bad for him. Yeah, but this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Um, yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Jammin, the Jammin Ninja? Will he be able to sing? What about Princess Mizola? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Which show should I watch? I can't believe she's really considering it. Let's talk more about the gossip on Adrian. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah, I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip, too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. to the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. You see now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Corda didn't have a manager of his own. Which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA, Adrian Andrews? Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd, that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client? Oh, it's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having an idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Magazine clipping, an article from the tabloid Gossip Land. Hey there, Wildcard. Yeah, you forgot you have pretty high tolerance for anesthesia, so the dentist had to pump you with more anesthesia. Oh, wow. That's pretty impressive. For high tolerance? But to get pumped more? Oof, that's a different story. Alright. And you already had to put into your whole... Oh, wow, your whole mouth. Alright. And now... What happens if I present this? Nothing, of course. Magazine clipping. Let's check it out. Jammin' Midnight, Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. A superstar in an ultra-hot mega secret love scandal. Reliable sources say that Juan Correda has been getting in close with the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. Alright. Let's go and take care of a certain psych lock. Where is she? She's right here. You. It's time for you to talk, Miss Oldbag. What you witnessed. All right, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please tell us what you saw. But oh, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngins' expense. I am a little devil after all. Doesn't it imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. The autograph. That's Juan's autograph! Yes, it is. And it even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Olbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy. But somehow, I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please, give it to me. Let me have it. Please. Out of context. I can't let you have it. Just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Wow, she must really want this autograph. My offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright. You win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart. All for my dearest Juan. She had 4 locks, but you needed, of course, just one piece of evidence. Autograph given to Wendy Dearest. What you witnessed. I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet, minding my own business. And did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Utgard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in. I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it. What did Mr. Ungard ever do to her to deserve this? Ungard's past. What did Mr. Ungard do to you to make you so... You don't know? Yeah. That guy. He framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick. What is it? What's a scandal? Oh no, she doesn't know what that word is. Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan. Led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do vials and wild temptress mean? Ack! How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pearls? So, Miss Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course! Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose! His own manager? But why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Ungard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Ugh, of course, a tabloid. Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? And where did she get it? Hmm. I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you. Grr, she's climbing up like the old clam she is. Please, anything would be helpful. Well then, how about I tell you my measurements? No, that's okay, really. She really doesn't like you, does she, Mr. Nick? I know, I know. Alright. Alright, we're getting out of here. Okay, so we learned stuff. Alright. It's time to break another psych lock now. To the hallway. Alright, Lotta, you're up next. Oh wait, do I have it? Right, I do. Alright, so let's see, this is about the big scoop, huh? Well, it's a good thing I've gotten the evidence for the said big scoop. Big scoop. Lada, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? For my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's something I can tell you. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. All right then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Grr. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corda and this person, Adrian Andrews. This woman, she's Adrian Andrews, Matt Ungard's manager. Umph. The Nickel Samurai's manager, caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin Ninja. It will be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah. You gotta have what's it? News sauce? You mean news source. That's it. So show me something that shows that Juan guy had set with Miss Andrews. Why, right here, Miss Lotta Hart. The magazine clipping. This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous? To the mysterious yet beautiful manager. To the stars, Miss A.A. Ah! Mr. Corda didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Ungard's manager, Adrian Andrews. She has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corda's door last night. Why? All right, Lotta, time for you to reveal the big scoop. You were looking into Mr. Corda and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was going to get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are going to want to see real proof. Well, at least I do, so that's what I was doing. Getting photos. Oh! I'm going to whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, Lotta, nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote it on, my notes to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself? It was inside a case of my $1,600 camera. They don't run it off together. They done run off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now, anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. You really want that note back, huh? I've got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Lotta's camera updated. Stolen on the night of the murder. tabloid article about the victim was in the case. All right, we're done here. Let us go to Criminal Affairs Department. Let's see. We go through Viola Hall. We go to the hallway, I think. No, wait. Viola Hall to the hotel lobby. Yeah, makes sense. Hotel lobby, Criminal Affairs Department. March 21st, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. But, we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. Okay. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Freeze, police! Everyone against the wall. Hands where I can see them. Hey, what are you doing, Gumshoe? Their hands, not yours. Ellipsis. He must be doing image training for arrests. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? The Hero of Heroes Award ceremony? The grand prize got away from the Jammin' Ninja again? Shouldn't you be reading something more important? A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no. That's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Aw, it's kind of cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal's name? That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's this precinct's mascot, you know. Oh, wow. I'll get him a signed mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do. I hope you succeed in your mission, sir. Cute. These are the detectives' desks. There are some computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Well, yeah, they're always on the move, you know? Alright, let's talk to good old Gumshoe. Airtight evidence. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two? And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search for Mr. Ungard. Yup, I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai special pants. And the second one is the knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're Matt Ungard's. Ellipsis. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Airtight testimony. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag. I thought so. What do you mean, you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well, and I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10. There's no turning it down. Trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. Boosh. Come on, man. Ah. My cat's just moving around. Well, well. Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Ungard come out of the victim's room around an estimated time of death. No way! Okay. Let's present... What can you tell me about this guitar case? Oh, that. This is just what I heard, pal. But that's a Jam Ninja signature item. But the guitar was in his hotel room. Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring their most famous item to an award show. It's starting to sound like that red guitar is related to this case after all. The stuff in that glass is tomato juice, pal. Tomato juice? I heard the victim really loved that stuff. Favorite drink in the world. It was his favorite drink? First time I've heard that. You look at this photo and you can't help it. It makes you want to say, I can't believe this is the scene of a murder. Stabbed with a knife after a struggle. A clue is sleeping in this photo somewhere. I know it. Let's show the magazine clipping to Gumshoe. We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Corda? But why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impacts. Oh, wow. Her profile picture looks a lot better than in the original. I don't know. It was kind of like all crunchy looking. Like near her lip. Wow. And she was Juan Corda's manager. The victim's manager. But that's not all, pal. Miss Impacts was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. Yeah. I figured. Miss Impacts was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who was both Mr. Corda's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Yeah, we're going to talk about Celeste Impacts. She was the victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence? Wow! I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma! You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... I do, Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait. Please wait, sir. If I don't get this month's pay... Quiet! If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth! It's been a long time, right? This person? This is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Francisco. Ellipsis. You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You've soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs, like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You! You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never! Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow, in court. It will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. Ellipsis. Hey, Edgy. Hi. I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little more thought into what you show me, Phoenix Wright. Still as stuck up as ever. We are looking into leads. We can only look into a few key players with our limited sources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person. Why don't you just tell it to me straight and say, I don't have any info? Alright. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corda's manager. And then a few months later, Celeste Impacts died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes, but there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. A suicide note that just vanished, huh? Edgeworth, a gifted prosecutor. He disappeared suddenly a year ago. Alright. Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself. A secret? You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. While I was abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it. While refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing? What is so refreshing about a spring breeze? Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year. There's an interesting rumor about this man. You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him? Well, that's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found. Alright. Here we go. Let us talk to Edgeworth. Tomorrow's trial. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick! I... I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Ellipsis. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. Ellipsis. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth. In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head? Alright. Proof of Von Karma blood. A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred Von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of a Von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? Ellipsis. To think your motivation for your prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Ellipsis. I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Why stand in court? Well, with Franziska, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your clients, you say. Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me, even if you're a prodigy. Or someone like you, Edgeworth. Ellipsis. It looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn? Me? Humph. Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Missing suicide note. Miss Impact's death was most certainly a suicide. Of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. The suicide note? Well, how do you know Miss Impacts had ever written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corda himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corda hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report. Part 1 anyway. Part 1? Suicide reports. Deceased. Celeste impacts. Found by Juan Corda. Was her suicide note hidden? Hmm. I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That was two. Two parts. What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here is the second part. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name. It's Adrian Andrews. Miss Andrews? What did she do? She tried to kill herself? She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. Phoenix. I don't want to get too into it. But yeah. It could happen to yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Sorry. You think she's a strong career woman. That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews. She has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she really that's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews? Dependent. Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Alright. Let me take a look at the suicide note. Oh, okay. Alright. Court record. Oh, I'm gonna do this little thing. Yeah, he's back. This is our defendant, Matt Ungard, the Nickel Samurai. The successor to the Steel Samurai, Chuck. I'm gonna give you the abridged version. So, whatchamacallit? So, I have to, so I'll tell you like what happened so far. So, there was an awards ceremony. The Nickel Samurai won the Grand Prix, and he was going t- to to talk about like a confession that he was about to make. But before that was going to happen, um, this guy right here, Juan Corda, who happens to be a rival of Matt Ungard, he was the Jammin' Ninja. He was found dead in his hotel room, and Matt Ungard, he got arrested for the murder of Juan Correda, and then also um so Maya, she got kidnapped. Yeah, like so here's here's what happened. A bellboy comes along and tells Maya that she had a phone call to answer. Maya, she got separated from me and Pearls, and when that happened, Maya got kidnapped, and We met Will Powers from the last game. Like he was there with us when we were watching the show. He was left a radio transceiver by the bellboy, and Phoenix, he got a call from the radio transceiver from the kidnapper, and the kidnapper told Phoenix that he has his precious item, aka Maya. You can hear Maya screaming on the other end, saying, "Help, Nick!" And the kidnapper, who told him his name was the killer, Dekiller. He is expecting Phoenix to get a complete acquittal of Matt Ungard. So, we went to go see Matt Ungard. Says, "Hey, we're going to defend your case." Oh, and here's another thing, another detail. Pearl told me to say, "Hey Nick, can we really trust Matt Ungard? Use the Magatama and ask him the question." So Phoenix, he told Matt Ungard, "Did you kill Juan Corrida?" Matt told us the truth. He said that no, he did not kill Juan Corrida. No Cyclops appeared. So we took his case, and so we were going at the Gatewater Hotel, and we found a humongous heap of evidence that's piling up right now. Lotta's missing camera. Here's the crime photo on how Juan Corda died. Oh, and Gumshoe, in the forensics says that the knife has Matt Ungard's fingerprints. Uh-oh. That can't be good. Things are looking a little bad. And then there's another subplot involving Adrian Andrews. I like Adrian. I like her a lot. I mean, but anyway, so there's a subplot that we just found out on this piece of evidence. There was a little scandal. So Adrian Andrews, she's the current manager of Matt Ungard, right? So we just found this article that apparently she went on a little rendezvous with Juan Corrida, the Jammin' Ninja. The initials AA can be assumed to be Adrian Andrews. And then we just found out about somebody else important that might be a key factor to this case. So Celeste Impacts, she was Miss Andrews' mentor and Corrida's manager. She sadly killed herself 2 years ago. And whatchamacallit, there's a suicide report. And Juan Corrida also found Celeste Impacts, who committed suicide. She hung herself. And apparently her suicide note has gone missing. But yeah, I'm back here to... Let me see. One moment. I'm gonna save real quick. Oh, and also Chuck, when the old bag's back. Yep, she's back. She's a security lady. Oh, and Lotta Hart. I did mention Lotta's. I did mention that Lotta's camera was a thing. And yeah, she's back. But yeah. Freaking. I know. I'm sorry, Chuck. She's back. I don't make the rules. But hey, Will Powers is back. He's cool. I like him. I know. Double no. I know, it's like Lotta's back to probably cause more trouble with her freaking photographs. but shows sorry afterwards. You know how she goes. So right now, she's in the latest field of the seedy world of tabloids. She's trying to get a scoop. So, all right, we're gonna talk to Matt Ungard. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my nickel samurai costume. I know. No, no, no. Yeah. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Corda was already dead at that time? Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then out of the blue, the dude arrested me. The victim. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jam and Ninja movie, even though we all know it failed. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? Let's present a certain profile to maybe get a reaction. Anything you know about Celeste impacts? Ellipsis? 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 What's wrong? How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer? I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life. No, I would never. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep. You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat with? The security guard? Mr. Nick? This Celeste, this Celeste Impacts lady. Somehow, I get the feeling she's a very important person in all this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hmm. All right. We're gonna go back to the hotel now. Hotel lobby. Old bag. She's here. Viola Hall. There's Will Powers. Back to the hallway. There's Lotta Hart. We already dealt with her. And now to Ungard's hotel room. Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here. That's not good. I still have a few questions I want to ask her. And she has that psych lock on her heart, right? Well, we don't have much of a choice. I guess we'll have to come back later. Damn. All right. Hmm. Let's see. Oh, wait. Um. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. I think I forgot to talk to Edgeworth about something. Ah, dependent nature. My bad. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impax. And? And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why. Yeah. Why would that? Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. He is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And when she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. Ellipsis? And that's the nature of her dependency on others? When Celeste Impax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then, that means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Attempted suicide report has been added. Attempter, Adrian Andrews. Reason, shock from Celeste Impact's suicide. Appearances can be deceiving. It's such a cliche saying, but it's cliche because it's true. Miss Andrews, to think that behind that unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. All right, now we go to the hotel. Now we go back here. Oh, Miss Andrews is here, but it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Miss von Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls. You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews? Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? All right. Ellipsis. Not the pistols. What were those two talking about? Miss Andrews? She seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Uh, I love her. All right. Well, let's talk to you about Matt Ungard, Miss Andrews, real quick. I asked to become Mr. Ungard's manager. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Hmm. Mr. Ungard does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told. He's always saying my manager, right, Mr. Nick? Ellipsis. All right. Well, all right. I have enough to I have enough to break her psych locks. Tell us your deep, dark secret about the motive for murder. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Hmm. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Ungard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close? That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You are not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow, I highly doubt that. Why, explain this tabloid, Miss Andrews, this magazine clipping about you going with Juan Corda. You and Mr. Corda had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already brought into this story. Hmm. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Corrida? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake? Celeste. Mentor? Corrida's manager. Celeste impacts. Your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Uh-oh. Miss Impacts. She committed suicide, didn't she? Ellipsis. But looks like no one knows why. Oh, first time sweating. Right before her death, she was Juan Corrida's manager. So, I believe he got close to Mr. Corrida so you can find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There is no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Because of this. The suicide report. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corda, Juan, and Miss Andrews. I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Corda. I've sat by quietly listening to your insulting ramblings long enough. Ellipsis. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you'd like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. The attempted suicide. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it, too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. Ellipsis. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. That's... You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! Ellipsis. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corda of hiding Miss Impact's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close. Am I right? Ellipsis. If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Corda dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you, and then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? Oh, this is... Oh boy. Motive for murder. It's true. I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small, and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews, this one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note, and that someone was Juan Corrida. Celeste. Without her, without her, I became scared. Everything. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note, correct? Ellipsis. Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. Ellipsis. Why, hello there, Flimbingo D. Hi, welcome to my stream. I'm gonna continue now. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me. That's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews? If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. All right, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. That card. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly? Sounds like it could be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands. So hey, I'm Gog Zero. I like to play video games. I play whatever's classified as retro, whatever's on my Steam account, and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. And I've also beaten 544 games on my own stream. Last year I replayed the first game. I did the thing. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. I did the entirety of Case 4 on Christmas, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna do an Ace Attorney game every month. So we're on the second game. The only games I haven't played in the series are the first two Great Ace Attorney games and the second Miles Edgeworth game. I can't wait to get around to those soon as I go through the series. Alright, March 21st. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls, she looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all. and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh, no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine. I really am. You don't look fine to me. Hmm. One moment, everybody. I just want to make sure. Ah, okay. I'll check that after. Anyway, let me proceed. We shall go back to the office. We're pretty much like done. March 21st. So, what now? Well, we did we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impact's his suicide note? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Yeah, Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Beep. Hello. Wright and Co. Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. M- Maya. Where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Phew. Which is why, I suppose, she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost. Wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis. Ask my sis. Maya, Maya. Damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said ask my sis, didn't she? Sis? What does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. Ah, you're a hopeless one. So sorry? Ah, Mia. Mia! I have a message from Maya. So come, ask me anything you want about her. Good. What happens if I do this? Sorry, but I don't have time to answer your questions. Yeah, we should be worrying about Maya right now. Right. Let's talk Maya's situation. How's Maya? She's safe. For now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper. The kidnapper. What's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And she didn't see the face of her attacker. Ugh. Maya is locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her. Date? We don't know. Time? We don't know. Location? We don't know. Uh, I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. So this is the second time we are in the point of view of Maya. What's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. Correct, it's locked. But this door's locked seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, and magically open a door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Yep, right here, Maya. Huh? Someone dropped a card here. It kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. That card looks so familiar. Where have we seen that card before? Totally doesn't look like the card that Adrian Andrews was holding or anything. Could be. Hmm. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Ah, that's it. The shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. All right. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. Click. I did it. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried. All right, to be continued. Ah, jeez. All right. Finally, we've made it to trial, everybody. I kind of missed the courtroom. Because again, they're the best parts of the game. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. And just a heads up, everybody. I'm just going to let you know there's two parts to this court trial. Once I pass the second part, that's where I'm going to call it. And I'll do the second half of the I'll do the finale tomorrow. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman wouldn't do anything like that. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him! This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Ellipsis. Don't worry. People don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Grr. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest. If you please. Wait, the kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? March 22nd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Hmm. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Uh-oh. Ellipsis. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karba? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor! Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. Ellipsis. He's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Oh boy. So, Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Like father, like daughter. If I recall, Manfred got shot in his right shoulder, and now Miss Von Karma got shot in the right shoulder. And unlike her father, who's pretty insane to keep a bullet inside of his body, Miss Von Karma is currently undergoing surgery to hopefully remove that bullet in her shoulder. It's messed up. Luckily, I have looked this case over and I'm familiar with the details. There you go. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Master Matt Ungard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. by the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Ellipsis. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for the pressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If you want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. Bare facts or bare facts? Teehee. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corda, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the awards ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Excuse me, everybody. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. And then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, Detective. The victim, Juan Corda, was found dead in his hotel room. Oh, wait. The person... One moment. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant Matt Ungard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. She is pretty. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Ungard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. That's when she found the victim's body. After looking into the cause of death, we believed he was definitely murdered, sir. The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Corda was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur will believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, real pros' attention will be drawn here to this bandana. Banana. Um, his bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped lightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, yes, I see. His banana scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. Hmm. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Juan's autopsy report. Time of death, 8:15 p.m. Cause, strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. That's messed up. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. Oh, wait. Hold on. Press. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, and how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. Guitar case has been updated. Empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears Corrida's fingerprints. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corda, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt Ungard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest Ungard? Matt Ungard and Juan Corda were huge rivals of each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's more of enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume. It was found in Mr. Ungard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Knife. Bears the victim's blood and unguard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Hmm. And there's his button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? Hmm. And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin' Ninja's button was ripped from his costume, is covered in Korida's blood, found in Unguard's Hakama. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? Humph. I'll find a hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Grrr. Why arrest Unguard? Matt Unguard and Juan Corda were huge rivals of each other. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Unguard won, did he not? Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corda was always one step behind Mr. Unguard in everything. This year, it seemed like he finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corda lost the Grand Prix in the end. That is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Ellipsis. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Unguard was beating Mr. Corda in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not. Well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. Eh? No, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiations. No! Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello, anyone? As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. Do you have any proof that button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off of the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you tell by just looking at it? Ellipsis. And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. Irk. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. It was ripped off of the ninja costume was found in Mr. Ungard's hakama. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Korida. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held a knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, Wright? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife then? The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. There is no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he brought the knife. Sorry, pal. This is some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix. Yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. A button covered in the victim's blood. And a knife with Ungard's fingerprints. Be careful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel. In closing. We're still in the world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find a weakness in his testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? So it's right here. Oh, hold on. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Oh, really? Let's check out the knife. It bears the victim's blood and Ungard's fingerprints. We shall present the knife on this testimony right here.
Objection!
Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client brought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I did it. No. Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious it came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? Oh, if it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown. He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Why, actually, I do, Your Honor. There's one. Ellipsis. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel his trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judges say, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. You may now present one, and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? Why, the wine glass, Your Honor. You can stop threatening me with the full penalty thing. This was found next to the victim. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase is broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Ellipsis, ellipsis, ellipsis. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? There's no way. If if I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any, he's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course, it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There was only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the victims. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews. What? The wine glass has been updated. Found next to the victim. It's filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrews' fingerprints. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. Uh, upon seeing, upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario, as it explains everything all too well. Brr. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Oh no. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Witness, your name and occupation. Gotcha! I wonder what happens to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, Eddie Pooh, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the reports of her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. No. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oof. I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramp. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her. Please. Ahem. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that Unguard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. They're the same age, 21. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo! Oh God, no. What you witnessed. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Unguard, Matt Unguard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. Unguard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. Ellipsis. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. What you witnessed. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lead-headed samurai show. Heh, I even took out a few of the nails. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, that manager of the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? There was something I was interested in finding out, you know? Something you were interested in. And just what was that? It's not some little thing I could just go around telling everyone you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. Ah, Edipu, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have an idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we could always have it appended to her testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. Oh? Then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corda's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Who in the world was that? Also, it's true. Her age is not known. She could be immortal for all we know. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room. He was? Yes, he was. I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Franziska's wit right about now. Well, I guess I could tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. It was Ungard. Matt Ungard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Yesy? Yesy. Really? Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Why? Let us talk about the person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? Why, it was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Ellipsis. Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Witness, please. Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it. She is so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. So, he was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Was he wearing his flashy racing jacket, old bag? Was ripped from his costume. It's covered in Hora's blood, found in Unguard's Hakama. The button on the statement.
Objection!
Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's button number 2 of the Gem and Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Untguard's body during a full body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt. It was that rascal Unguard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai Hakama pants. See? See? And Unguard is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Unguard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Oh, ellipsis. Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest... Ah, another old bag rant for the collection, everybody. That was rant number 5. All right, let me just close that. All right, I will continue. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard, the man, but Mr. Ungard, the Nickel Samurai? But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Eddie Pooh, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw. Unguard. On guard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today, I told you there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. And what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Who I saw. On guard, yes, now I remember. Would you please get on with your testimony? Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take on with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all known as he. He's a Nickel Samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later, if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay! You promise, right? Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth. Old chum. The Nickel Samurai. That's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be a Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? See, and look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier? Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? And you get an achievement for that. That's funny. So, for all you achievement hunters out there, make sure you press this statement, and you get a silly achievement. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. Ellipsis. You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage at a friendly gesture day. And that included the Jammin' Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why when Ungard came out of Dear Juan's room. I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was a nickel samurai? As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. It's this statement right here. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Let's see. He must have worn the nickel samurai costume, huh? Present the knife here.
Objection!
Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask, it's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Ellipsis. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I am driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? If Mr. Ungard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints in the murder weapon? There is no way he could do something like that. There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as a nickel samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show, which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Why, there is a contradiction. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. One moment, everybody. Let me, Alright. Just checking a little something. I'm gonna answer this contradiction in a moment, everybody. I'm just opening a spare tab, waiting for something to load up. All right. All right. Hang on. Things are running a little slow here. All right, we're good. I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. And that will be the knife again. Yep, it's that knife again. This knife, this was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees in a hive. Ellipsis. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and misled us. Order. Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? Why, to frame Matt Ungard, of course. It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course. To frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Brr. Witness! Ellipse. Looks like I made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Ugh. Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. Ellipsis. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness? Ha ha ha. The way you think, you are a sad amateur of a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe Phoenix, maybe the old hag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Oldbag? You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Adrian Andrews. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Unguard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it could be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt. The witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff. Then. Witness, what in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information. From a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Ellipsis. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness. Please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old. Secret information. That Unguard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? Oh no. The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right. Ungar is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags of fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Top Gun reference, everybody. Secret information. That Ungar is one evil, evil man. You can't say something like this without... You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss AA. But the name of the magazine just came from his gossip land. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Ungar will never get me to say touche. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No. I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that Unguard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. You don't have any proof that Mr. Unguard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything. But boy, do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that Unguard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? Declined the offer to present. I don't have anything to offer. See, just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles, for you anyway. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. So what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngins need. You were going to teach her a good lesson? I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. No, stop. Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. It's the fifth statement. Oh, and this is a top secret, you get that? Nobody else but you and me know it yet, okay? Wait! What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this in secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. Ellipsis. It's a secret. Even if you drill a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? We shall present the evidence. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Old Bag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness! I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire secret info, isn't it? Lotta's camera. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. Ah! No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of Juan's. That's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Unguard. She said so herself. Unguard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Ellipsis. 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 Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match with your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. Pile on more pressure. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness! You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper for the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it! And I can prove it! I like that line. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting any credibility under scrutiny again? Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag? I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. You also stole the camera. Miss Oldbag? That note was with a camera. Inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness. What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too. Grr. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have? What do we have? Hold on. Interruption? Gonna dial you? No, I'll dial you. I need it. Go, look for it. One moment, everybody. Brief interruption. Good. All right, everybody. Apologies. If there's one thing I cannot stand, it's interruptions. Let's see. Here we go. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to court at once. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Lada's photo. Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Edgeworth, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and I blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. Is that a Vampire Survivor's character on the stand? Yes. Hey, Grotto. Alright, something is indeed strange with it. There's something strange to this photo. Let me save this just in case. There we go. There's something strange to this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Ellipsis. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Why, the feet, Your Honor. The feet right here. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. Ellipsis. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside his costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? Ellipsis. If the person in this photo is not Matt Ungard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. Yep. Ellipsis. I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ungard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the nickel samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. It is. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Why, it's somebody of very small stature. And no, it's not Pearl because she didn't do it. This wonderful young lady right here, Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews? If you wanted to know who that nickel samurai is, it is none other than this woman. Sir Boom. I was kidding. I would never, I would never, I would not accuse Pearl. I'm just messing. Like, okay, she is small, but I am not going to believe some cockamamie scheme that, like, she might have been, like, on stilts, maybe. If you want to know who that nickel samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And yeah, she was with me. She was with us the whole time. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Ellipsis. All right, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Ah! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Can't really object to this. Wait and see. I have to do something. The trial must go on. But I don't have anything left. No evidence, no nothing. Now then, court was adjourned. Uh, hold it. I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk, unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all. Happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. Ellipsis. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. I'm gonna go on the seesaw. And then I'm gonna go on the swing set. Then I'm gonna go down the slide. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna do one more trial, and then I'll do the separate hack. Excuse me. I'm gonna do one more trial, and then I'm going to finish up the case tomorrow. There we go. We are on part 2 of the trial. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Ellipsis. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's? Ellipsis. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Yeah. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. Um, what is your occupation? What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Oh, yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I'm arresting you for wasting my time. Yes, all of us are gens. Go on. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body, it was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made. Your Honor. A glass. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by themes inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Okay. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to Keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just had to. For Maya's sake. Alright. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. And what was Mr. Ungard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as a Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ungard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you? Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object. Right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture. Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? We shall let her be on that subject. I should back off. As long as I don't have any proof she's not going to talk. May we continue now, witness. What did you see when you got to this room? And there was his dead body. I was in shock. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I thought she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same photo as in the crime scene photo. This is the photo you're referring to? Correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? We're gonna press further on that. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. Ellipsis. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over, so you're a little clumsy. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor, the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar's case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Ellipsis. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse. So I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I lured you earlier that she would not crack so easily. Only to make her is to... Yeah, keep on the offensive. So, now that we have more information after pressing, you could present either the guitar case or the crime photo on either the fourth statement or the newly added statement. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. Oh, whoops. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. I meant to go to present. Because look. There was water on top of the lid. Guitar case.
Objection!
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there one moment, everybody? I need to mute for one moment. Where's the mute button? Okay. I'm like, oh my god, there's the mute button. Unbelievable. Anyway, I'm okay, everybody. Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the case you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. That rhymes. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And well, what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the case are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Ah, what is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think about to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Ugh. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. Ellipsis. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Why, yes. Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Huh. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. It looks like this wasn't really a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Ellipsis. Well, you see. Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? Ellipsis. Ellipsis. She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over.
Hold it.
So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes. Well, maybe. Ellipsis. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
Objection.
As the witness has said multiple times, where she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was all right or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic, it's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty, after all.
Hold it.
Was it really empty? Ellipsis. I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
Objection.
How long have I been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
Hold it.
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. So, on the second, third, or fourth statement, you could present the guitar case. Open the guitar case, knock the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Oh, whoops, I hit the wrong button. Every now and then I keep pulling a Deadpool. Present, where is it? I have so much evidence. There it is. Guitar case. Empty. There is some water, but only on the top of the lid. And it bears Corda's fingerprints.
Objection.
There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? Ellipsis. You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. But that's strange, though. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah. Sweetheart, the wine glass. They were bearing your fingerprints. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case. Oh, I like how her glasses break and then she just happens to have a spare glasses. That's so Looney Tunes. Ah! Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lure us all into his misguided. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, right? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar... So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Why... It was... You could present either the Nickel Samurai or the crime photo. No, wait, not the crime photo. Lotta's photo. We'll present the Nickel Samurai. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starting for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places. True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Why... It was a spare costume. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Korda, was the Jama Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? Ellipsis. And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... the press conference ticket. It seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. That's right. Ellipsis. But how could that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. Insane. He was going to dress up as a Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as a Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ungard. Yes, I guess this is what it would be. But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure. Humph. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up, and the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me. You! Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Unguard's is, Miss Andrews? Ellipsis. That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. Ellipsis. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Ungard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was a murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Protecting Matt. Upside down. Matt. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Alright. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Erk. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes, do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ungard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that the information was not your testimony. Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Ellipsis. Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corda of his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. Ellipsis. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of your concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you can cover for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Merc. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, that knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not. And I thought I had heard this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why, then, would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corda planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax This is the Phoenix White Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness. Ellipsis. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really, because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy. Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. She knows by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. So, her amended testimony right here. That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Really, Miss Andrews? According to the autopsy report right here, that button was torn off of Juan during his during his fight with Matt. Right here.
Objection!
The autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Ah, that's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order! Order! What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We know now this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Ellipsis. Mr. Wright, does this mean? Does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? Why, to pin the crime on Angard. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. Ellipsis. There is no way anyone will put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Ungard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murder is? Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Ungard is... Adrian Andrews. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Corrida's killer. Pokemon. What? Wow. Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your change? Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then, then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Tisk. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there is no way he could have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. There goes another pair. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ungard's Hakama is a person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. Oh. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who would have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Oh. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found in the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Ah! And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Aww. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Ellipsis. Miss Andrews? I I I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. Ellipsis. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? Ellipsis. What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I'll abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it will be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and that defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial? Tomorrow? We don't have tomorrow. We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... Ellipsis. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Ellipsis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true. But, actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. Ellipsis. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual? Well, I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. When I found the body, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. So I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include it something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ugh. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. So, it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corida? I understand your frustrations of not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Grr. And then, what did you see, next witness? And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Whoops. Yes, he was just sitting there, with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost in the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all? To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see. And after that, what happened next? When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward and knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh, Miss Andrews? Will you tell us the truth this time? So, there's 3 contradictions here. The 4th, 5th, and 6th statement. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. The crime photo. Dude had a knife stuck in him.
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Ah! What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. Oh no. No. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? Ellipsis. I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard.
Objection!
Edgeworth objects. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it'll be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is. Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word. No matter what happens, if you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone, help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? So, Phoenix is at a really... He's at a big crossroads here, like in the story. He needs to get that not guilty verdict so that Maya will be let go free because the killer is requesting to Phoenix that he better get Matt Ungard not guilty or else. However, Andrews here, things are just looking bad. Also, it doesn't matter what you choose. So I'm going to force Andrews to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you will be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. Ellipsis. What a shame. Ellipsis. I hope things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness? How should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, do you? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop. I beg you. If people find out, if people find out, I'll. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me, Cold. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. Damn, Lipsis. So will you tell the truth yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I... I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. This is it, everybody. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stab the body? With a knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What? What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Ungard for the murder. And this is her crime. Crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. So... there's actually not a single thing wrong with, Adrian's testimony here. I don't want to concede, but this testimony, it rings with the truth. I'm sorry, Phoenix. No, please, don't apologize to me. We were both taken by surprise. Still, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's no contradiction here, but the only thing you can do here is just press all the statements. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Gem and Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. Dude was strangled. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? Ellipsis. I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Unguard's hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lada. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? Ellipsis. That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button? Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? Ellipsis. The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt will be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. Ellipsis. 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 What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. You heard that echo? That echo? From that gavel? Look, the first time we see the judge's seat empty. And look, a new sprite for Phoenix here. Today's today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. He's really stressed right now. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Because the whole Maya situation too, you know? I'd be stressed as hell too. Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although, I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day. Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card, if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Uh-oh. Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly, yet inadvertently done? This? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time! I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? And that is the best way to save the game here and call it for now. That'll leave you all waiting in anticipation. All right, everybody. I'm going to stop stream. Let me close this out. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for me. I did like half of the fourth case. Hmm. Interesting what you might think whom it is, Chuckman. Whomst. Whomst. But I guess you're gonna have to find out. Because, man, there's this case, man. I tell you, this case is red hot. Like, it's just so damn good. I would love to have done, like, I think it would be, I mean, I could probably do it in a single, no, 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 who am I kidding? Just like how I did case 5 in the first game in 3 separate days. Yeah. But anywho, that's gonna be it for me, everybody. I am super done tonight, and I had a semi-late start because I wasn't feeling too well, but nothing serious. The worst is over, though. I'll be okay for tomorrow. I'm gonna try again to I want to try to do that. It won't really matter, but like I'm gonna try to sort of start early again. Just look out for me at 1:30, 2 p.m. ish. I mean, I've been shooting it for like 1:30 p.m. kind of sorta, but I had to rest a little today. But anywho, that's gonna do it for me, everybody. Tune in tomorrow for the exciting conclusion. Excuse me. Join me tomorrow for the exciting conclusion of Phoenix Wright, Justice for All, Case 4, Pharaoh, My Turnabout. That's right. Going all in. Because you do not want to miss it. I'm going to get my raid ready. We're going to go to Pronzo. And Pronzo's playing a very interesting game. I'm really curious about this game. He's playing something called Don't Look at Me Weird because this is the actual name of a game and it's on Steam. Pronzo is playing Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. I opened the portal to hell in the favela, trying to revive MIT AIA. I need to close it. Sounds like a meme game, and that sounds like it's Pronzo's alley too. But before I head on out, everybody, I have a lot of people to thank. I'd like to thank Saki, Sherry Boberi, Atakash, Baster Kappa, Sutjin, the real Matt Ungard. Um, I hope you come back to my stream sometime if you're still out there. Uh, the real Matt Ungard. But thank you for stopping by. Wildcard, Chuckman, um, Flimbing, Flimbingo, Flimbingo, and the Grotto, and Sir Boom. And Sir Boom, yes. All right, I need to get my music. I need to get music. Turnabout mode. Let's go. All right. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace, and I'll see you all in court tomorrow. Hopefully we will save Maya from the kidnapper, and we're gonna find out more about this case too. There's a lot of things at stake tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. Oh man. I'm okay, everybody. It's just, I need to put something in my stomach, like dinner. I had to skip lunch and stick to fluids. Probably a bad idea. But it's okay, I'll be fine.